Oh, yeah. There's one exit blocked here now. Okay, so we've got two entrances blocked, or exits. One there, and second one, and the third behind the police ambulance. Oh.
Welcome to the Energy Intelligence Forum, otherwise known as the Oil and Money Conference until just a few years ago, and known by some other people as the Oscars of Oil. This is an action of Extinction Rebellion Southeast UK and also of Fossil Free London. In fact, Fossil Free London leading the way on 3 days of action against the Oil and Money conference here in London. We're at the Intercontinental Hotel where this summit is taking place, and it is a meeting point of all the big hitters in the oil and gas industry. Now, they've decided to change the name from the Oil and Money Summit, which is about as blatant as you can get, to the Energy Intelligence Forum. This, they say, is because they understand that we need to transition in terms of energy supply in the world, but still we have as guest speakers the CEO of Shell, Total, Equinor, and some other companies that you might not have heard of, but large players in the oil and gas sector. So people are here today from Fossil Free London and from Extinction Rebellion to say that enough is enough in terms of oil and gas. We need to stop using these destructive fuels, and we need to cut the ties to the fossil fuel industry. So that is a big message today by blocking the vehicle entrances to this conference. So people can still get in, but they're going to have to walk past us. You'll probably see from other cameras we've got around that we have people sitting down on the tarmac, blocking the roundabout around the hotel along Old Park Lane. We have banner holders, we have people sitting on the road, and we also have scientists who I'll go talk to in a minute. We've got our own blockade of scientists. Over here, I'll just zoom in on them. So I'll be going to talk to them in a little bit about what the science is telling us in terms of cutting the ties to fossil fuels, because as their banner says, the science is absolutely clear. The International Energy Agency told us in 2021, in fact, that if we want to have any hope of reaching the targets set by the Paris Agreement, which means keeping carbon emissions well below 2 degrees of warming and ideally to 1.5 degrees of warming, that all new fossil fuel licenses and projects had to end by that year, 2021. We're in 2023 now. So even if we are starting to see some change in terms of people coming to the conference that are shaking things up a bit. For instance, we have a Nobel Prize winner who's an environmental economist who's coming to talk at the conference. Even if those things are happening, we're here to say that we're putting out a message loud and clear that this needs to accelerate. Oil and gas needs to be a fuel of the past. So we've got a pink and black colour scheme going on today, with eyes on umbrellas. This is to show that we have our eyes on the people coming to the Oil and Money conference. And I've also just seen, here we go, the banner "We are watching you." I've also just seen that we do have people trying to get into the conference around this way. But there's a lot of cars trying to change direction. Quite a few delegates I've seen who are coming past us. We do have an action at the other side of this street as well, blocking the hotel itself. I can hear the samba drums from here. So we'll be going between this roundabout, which is a key vehicular entrance, and the hotel itself through this live stream. I think what I'll do is try and find some people to talk to about why they're on this action today and why the message of getting money, getting oil out of money, separating these things, and not making climate change a big opportunity for the oil companies to continue to profit, just as they've continued to profit from the cost of living crisis, with the people being the people of Britain, the people of Europe, around the world being the victims of that. Just as that's happened in the last few years, this is going to happen to us with climate change. So I think what we'll do is see, before I go on my travels around the roundabout, we've got a clip just in of another entrance to the conference that has been blocked. So let's watch that to get some perspective on what's happening this morning. Actually, let me just get myself sorted.
We're here to say we want oily money out of our capital. This conference here at the Continental Park Hotel hosts what used to be called the Oil and Money Conference. It's now been retitled because that's not particularly tasteful in today's climate in all sense of the word, but people come here to make decisions about oil and money, and it's disgusting. The decisions they make are destroying our planet. And when our government says things like we need oil and we need gas in our energy infrastructure, in our energy future, what they're doing is they're deciding to kill millions of people, particularly in the global south, but now we're seeing it more and more so In Europe, we've had the craziest summer on record. We have scientists that are absolutely astounded by the warming temperatures we're seeing, but still we have these climate criminals coming here talking about how they're going to make more money out of oil and gas. So we're here to say, you're not welcome, this is disgusting, this is despicable, and we say to everybody else, if you aren't completely outraged about this, then you're not paying attention.
Thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for what you're doing. Thank you.
Okay, so we've just seen a testimonial from one of our rebels who is down blocking the actual entrance to the hotel, and now we are back to the roundabout on the other side of the Intercontinental Hotel, where we are blocking the the Oil and Money conference, now known as the Energy Intelligence Summit. If you're just joining us this morning, this is an XR Southeast, Extinction Rebellion Southeast, and a Fossil-Free London action. And I am on my way to talk to a few people who are sitting down in the road to find out why they're here today, why this matters to them, and perhaps you'll see why that maybe should matter to you as well. If you're already really feeling like you want to come down and get involved, please visit oilymoneyout.uk, and that will show you how you can join. There's lots of things going on over the next few days. Just some chanting going on. Okay, let's go talk to some people who are sitting in the road. There are many of them. Right, so I'm going to turn my camera around so I can see people, and off we go. Hello there, you are on XR UK Live. Would either of you like to talk to us about why you're sitting down today blocking the Oil and Money conference?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yep, perfect. Okay, if I can pass that to you. Right. So, who are you, where are you from, and why are you doing this?
My name's John, I'm with Extinction Rebellion and these are the worst of the worst, and I'm personally affronted that they think that you come to London and burn the city.
Okay, sorry, just fixing an audio issue there. And have you done this before, or is this a first time?
First time in a road,
Yeah.
but I have protested several times previously.
So what's brought you here to now sit down until asked to leave?
The oil Oscars are such an affront. These people are using the wealth to drive economies, to drive politics, while burning the planet, and it's just impossible to allow it to happen.
Why don't you tell us briefly a little bit about your personal journey? How did you get to this point? What made you realise all of this?
I watched the political system ignore the climate crisis for a couple of decades, and eventually came to the conclusion that the political process would never handle this problem because of the money, vested interests, Tufton Street, you name it. And I could ignore it no longer. So here I am. And delighted to be here.
What do you expect to happen a little bit later today? Any expectations?
Well, I expect to be here as long as I possibly can, and I have high hopes and low expectations.
Well, I hope that I think a lot of us are in that position of feeling like we want to make a stand, not sure how much
Precisely,
it will make in the big scheme of things, but we've got to do something, right?
If I'm motivated to move, I suspect many others are too.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Right, I think we're going to have a lot of interviews today, but the gentleman next door seemed very happy to talk as well. So, hello there.
Hi, I'm here because in that hotel there is a meeting of the world's biggest, most egregious, most dangerous climate criminals. They are the chief executives of dozens of the world's oil and gas companies who are gathering together to further their industry. And the reason why they're so dangerous now is that they're clever people, and they've got clever scientists working for them. And yet they're carrying on exploring for new oil and exploiting new oil in the sure and certain knowledge that oil, when it gets burnt, is going to further drive the climate crisis. More droughts, more heat waves, more wildfires, increasingly devastating storms, flooding and extreme weather events. And all of that is going to have an impact on tens, hundreds of millions of people. It's going to cause untold human suffering. And they, the chief executives in the Intercontinental Hotel in Mayfair, are responsible. They, more than any other group on the whole planet, are driving the catastrophe that we're facing. That's why I'm here.
Thank you. And what a little clap from next door there. What do you say to the fact that they've invited, for instance, they've got Nobel Prize-winning environmental economists coming. They've got, I was looking at the guest list today, they're trying to make it look like more sustainability is coming into this. Do you believe them?
Oh, not for 1 millisecond. I believe that the Nobel economist is Nordhaus, whose work has been widely debunked because he has done a ridiculously simplistic analysis of the cost of mitigation versus the cost of adaptation, and it just does not stack up at all. And so to invite someone like that, who is effectively a climate action delayer, into the heart of the oil and gas industry, just it epitomizes the approach they are taking. They're making massive profits at the moment because of the oil price as a result of the Ukraine war, and they are milking it. So they don't give a fig about the environment. They give everything for their profits.
Do you think we're going to make much of a difference here today?
I think you've always got to try. The moment you give up and say we're not going to have any impact is the moment when they can just walk all over us in the sure and certain knowledge that actually we're facing destruction. So everything that we try to do, even if it feels at times that it may not be as effective as it could be, I think is worth doing. And certainly we're visible here. They can't get to their conference. They're going to have to face the embarrassment of having to walk through protesters rather than be dropped off in their Mercedes right outside the front door. That makes me happy.
Thank you. Well, good luck today.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll just stretch my legs a bit and find somebody else to talk to. We've got, let's see, I would say about 40 or 50 people here on this roundabout blocking the vehicle entrance to the Intercontinental Hotel on Park Lane, where delegates from around the world are gathering to talk about oil and money. And as the previous gentleman said, we have people from the CEOs of Shell, Total, we've got Exxon there, I believe. I think that was Saudi Aramco. And the other one that didn't turn up, in fact, was Sultan Al Jaber, a doctor, Dr. Sultan Al Jaber, who is the chair of COP28. So that is the World Climate Conference that's coming up late November, early December, COP28 in Dubai. Now, Jaber is the head of an oil company in Saudi Arabia. So there are some questions there about whether COP28 this year is going to be unbiased, I should say. Lots of concerns about how it would be chaired by somebody who is part of the oil and gas complex. He's decided he's now not going to come to the conference after all. Now, the Oily Money Out protest, which is lasting several days, they claim that this is because of their actions and having publicised in advance that they would be disrupting. I don't know about that, but the fact that he's not here raises some question marks. Let's try and find some other people to talk to now. I'm going to see if I can find some women to talk to, and then I'll go over to the scientists. And if we get anything happening that's juicy on the other site, we might break into that too. So let's just go over to some more people sitting in the road. Lovely artwork today. Of course, the whole idea of us being here is to say we can't stop the conference, but we are watching. Hello there. Hi, you are on XR UK Live. Would you like to say anything about why you're sitting down today for this action? Yeah, okay. I've got a microphone here. Who'd like to start? Hello.
Yeah, hiya. Yeah, I've come from Portsmouth today, just kind of as part of the XR and Fossil Free London action, just to say no to oil giants, basically meddling with our politics, meddling with our way of life. All they care about is their profits. That's what they're kind of focusing on. They don't care about the destruction that oil causes, and they don't care about, the livelihoods or the health of people in the UK. So, we're just here to tell them to, hit the road, basically.
Have you made any sacrifices to be here today?
I've taken a day off work. Yeah. 1 day's annual leave.
Right. Brilliant. And then is there anything else that you'd like to say about your message to maybe people who are watching the live stream, wondering why you're doing this crazy thing, and maybe if they should join you?
Yeah, I guess a lot of people my age, I'm 32 years old, I think a lot of people my age feel like there's no hope left, and that the climate crisis is inevitable and we're doomed. But that's not the case, and unfortunately it's just the way that our media spins it sometimes. But we can actually take action to turn this all around, and we just need to organise, we need to take action collectively, and if you're sick of feeling like you're mugged off, join your local group and take action.
Thank you very much. We've got another interview lined up over at the other site, so I'm going to pass over to my colleague. Say that if you are interested to either join this action today or tomorrow, which you most certainly can do as a multi-day conference, or get involved in any other way, please go to oilymoneyout.uk. And you can find out more. There's a schedule, there's more about the conference, so please do explore that, and like and share the live stream so more people can understand what's going on here on Park Lane today, and why it's not such a great thing. I'll pass over to the other site now.
Right, madam, tell us where we are.
Right, we're standing outside the back door of the Hotel Intercontinental on Park Lane.
Why are we here?
We're here because there's the Oily Money Conference for the next 3 days, where there'll be the heads of lots of the international oil fossil fuel producers will be here together with MPs, policy makers and decision makers.
And what's happening behind us in the doorway there? What's happening there?
Well, one of our colleagues is sitting by the revolving doors, just stopping people coming in and out and making a statement. Back door. It's the back door to the hotel.
How is the hotel staff reacting to having someone in their doorway?
Well, I haven't been sitting in the door and haven't really looked, because I've been facing outwards, but it seems quite positive. Okay. I'm a de-escalator, which means I'm here to liaise with hotel staff, with security staff here, and to make sure that everybody stays safe through this. So it's also to de-escalate any issues that arise with members of the public or passing traffic.
Have you had any work to do with the
hotel staff or the police or anyone? Hotel staff, I don't deal with the police, but the hotel staff have been great. They've stayed inside. They're obviously prepared for something like this to happen. I think at the moment they've locked the revolving door, so the rebel who's glued on there is at no risk of injury, and they're just blocking the around the joints of the door. I think they're concerned about possibly smoke, or as happened in previous events where they've had spray. But yes, we had some issues. They came just to look to I think the police liaise with our police liaison here, and they're just checking out exactly what the lie of the land is at the moment. So they're not aggressive. Seem to be. They had a little chat and checked what our intentions were. But oh. Sorry. Our banner said no new fossil fuels. So we want, well, because we want to keep the temperature below 1.5 degrees increase, and it's just been shown by scientists that if we keep extracting fossil fuels and then burning them, that the global temperatures are going to go well above 1.5 degrees centigrade, and with that, the consequence of that is a huge loss of life. Far, but lots of space people.
Right. Questioning. We don't want any new fossil fuels, and what's going to do about that with the licensing?
The current, obviously, we don't want any new fossil fuels. Current government is oblivious to this request, and has recently announced, or not that recently actually, but over the last year has announced over 100 new licenses for gas and oil extraction in the North Sea, which the amount of fossil fuels that will come out from those wells, those extraction points themselves, that on its own will take us over the 1.5 degrees C from pre-industrial times. Everybody seems to be very pleasant. It's the IPCC, it's the United Nations, and Guterres. It's the vast majority of scientists. It's medics. It's biologists. It's parents. It's grandparents. Yes, these are the people whose business is to extract gas and oil. I don't know too much about the Energy Intelligence Forum because they keep it quite quiet. But this conference is a pre-COP meeting of the business side of fossil fuels. I guess they're going to be talking about what their game plan is going to be for COP, so that they can ensure that the impact on fossil fuel business internationally, globally, is as small as possible. And not surprisingly, we're going to be resisting any attempts to reduce the impact of COP. We want it to be as impactful as possible in this really important year. The COP president was due to attend this conference. We understand that he's decided not to, and we're unsure why.
Now we're going to pass over to another live stream or something.
have ourselves a press conference these days, so just winging it.
Hello, madam. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, yeah, I'm Ellie. I'm a first aider, a wellbeing supporter here. In my day life, I'm a clinical psychologist working in the NHS.
You're needed because there's a brave rebel who sat on the floor, glued on at one of the entrances to the Intercontinental Hotel.
That's right. So today, there's a huge conference of people supporting the fossil fuel industry at a time when we're already well on course for 2 to 3 degrees of global warming. It's absolutely a disgrace, and I'm shocked. I'm literally shocked that we even have to do this, that there's even this discussion.
Have you had to do any well-being so far? With
It's quite cold. It's quite cold. We need to be warm under the bum, and you get cold hands when you're stuck onto things. So yeah. There's
And what is in the well-being kit?
in the wellbeing kit, I've got tissues, I've got vegan snacks, I've got umbrellas, hats, gloves, that kind of thing. And then a first aid kit.
Have a look at the window. Can you see if there's anyone in there doing anything?
So they've sealed it off from the inside, but they're not doing very much. They were looking a bit concerned earlier when a flare was let off. But apart from that, nothing. I think they put the towels down to keep the smoke out, which is understandable, really. Yeah.
Have you met any of the oil executives or the managers?
So a policeman tried to claim that this wasn't part of the hotel, which was amusing. And a couple of people said they had legitimate business in the hotel, but I had to let them know that the hotel had locked the door. But apart from that,
how did they react to that?
They just looked exasperated. So, well, not as exasperated as they will be when the houses are flooded. It's someone just drove past going, "I love fossil fuels." It does make you a bit tired.
So, what's going to happen in the hotel this week? Do you know anything about that?
I just know there's a fossil fuel conference. The leaders of the fossil fuel industry, so there'll be Shell. They're the ones that come to mind, ExxonMobil, those kind of people, and heads of state, I would imagine.
It's quite possible. They'll watch that, the Shell executives. They'll be in their hotel rooms with a minibar.
Yeah.
You've got a message for them?
Just stop.
So your message to them, say
yeah. Yeah, so my message to Shell is there are many other ways that you can make your money right now, and killing me and my children is not one of them. Can you please stop? Yeah.
And how do you think they carry on doing it, knowing this?
I think everyone feels they're a good guy. I think everyone thinks they're part of the solution. It's very difficult to. I don't think any individual person is probably particularly bad, but I imagine every single person thinks, well, in this short term, these profits have to outweigh these environmental, problems. And I think people willfully ignore the bigger picture.
And in the doorway, I think left between now to campus content. That'd be okay. Would you like to hold the microphone or put up a bit on? What is it like sitting in the doorway of a major hotel full of oil executives?
Well, it's not where I'd want to be. Don't want to spend my Tuesday morning doing this. But we're here with Fossil Free London and other partners to highlight what's going on in this hotel. This used to be called the Oil and Money Conference. It was cleverly rebranded a year or so ago because that's clearly not that tasteful in today's climate. But what we know is that they're here to just push fossil fuel extraction as far as it can possibly go. The government has a policy of maximum, I can't remember now, but a policy basically to extract the maximum amount of every last drop of oil from the North Sea. They will tell us that they're doing that. Oil and gas need to be part of our energy future, but the truth is we need a warlike effort to move away from oil and gas and coal towards renewables, towards clean energy. And all the time they're deciding not to do that. They're just committing millions of people to death and displacement and misery and wildfires and floods and heat waves and all of that stuff that we've already been seeing. So it's just ridiculous that they're allowed to get away with it and they're allowed to make the profits that they make. They've made absolutely record profits, disgusting amounts of money in recent months, recent years. And to think that they're allowed to get away with that, the projects and the projects they're commissioning in the North Sea, that only costs them, I think it's 9 pence a pound because of the subsidies that they get. It's just an absolutely astonishing, just criminal activity, and we're here to highlight it to everybody. We're here to say this is not on. We won't stand for this. We're watching you, and if you're not already outraged at this, then you aren't paying attention.
How can they justify it themselves?
I guess I have no idea how they do that. I don't know how they wake up every day and think that this is an okay way of behaving, that they don't think that their family or their children will at some point in the future turn around and go, what on earth were you thinking? What on earth? How could you possibly do this to the planet, to the people in the global south, to people in Europe? I don't know. I don't know who these people are, but they are the criminals.
Well, we're going to have a discussion about how they can transition to a sustainable future. And the consultants have probably paid thousands of pounds for the talk. Have you any advice to them to what the oil company should do? Maybe they can include that in their agenda.
Well, we know that renewable energy is the cheapest form of energy. We know that that's what we need to save lives, to move towards a sustainable future. It's an absolute no-brainer. We have all of the authorities, the IEA, International Energy Agency, the IPCC, they're all saying the same thing, that we need to rapidly move away from fossil fuels. And what they will say is that they're already investing in renewables. They'll say that that's something they're already doing. But when we look at the actual data, it's an absolute minute fraction of their investments that goes on renewables. It's absolutely pathetic. And yet they'll carry on greenwashing. So, the problem is we can't leave it up to them. The government has to make it, make the transition far easier, insist on the transition and make it an absolute no-brainer. So
the police arrived in the middle of our interview, so we shall pass back to another streamer who's more technically competent.
symbol. Can you tell us what that's all about?
Yeah, so this is the Shell logo on fire. It's not just Shell, but we're here today because people in the conference here are responsible for some of the worst climate crimes. They are destroying our future. They're destroying the only home we have. If we have any chance of staying below 1.5 degrees warming, we have to cut the ties to fossil fuels, and we have to tell them that we don't want this, not in our name, and that we need to be moving to more renewable sources of energy, and we won't stand by and let them burn the planet.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. I don't have your
Bring it down.
Oil and money conference, spineless politicians are making deals and compromises with lobbyists from destructive industries, the fossil fuel industry. People all over the world are suffering and dying from the consequences of the climate crisis caused by these industries who we allow to meet with our politicians and have privileged access to. The world is drowning in fossil fuels. Our hopes and dreams and lives are being washed away by a flood of greenwashing and lies. It has been clear for decades that the fossil fuel industries were well aware of the consequences of their business models. And yet they have done nothing. The opposite. They have actively delayed, distracted, and denied the causes of the climate crisis and spread doubt about their own engagement in it. And they have actively created loopholes that allow their businesses to go on. We are choking on their fumes, and we are suffering from the increased heat, and we are fearing for our future present. We cannot trust these politicians, and we cannot trust the processes of the COPs, because the fossil fuel industries are tightening their grip around their processes and dictating their outcomes. And we know that this has been the case for decades. It is not a coincidence that we are speeding in the wrong direction. The people in power are knowingly leading us to the end of the precipice. They know very well the invaluable things they are sacrificing in order for them to continue squeezing out profits from a dying planet. We cannot let this continue. The elites of the Oil and Money Conference, they have no intention of transition. Their plan is to continue this destructive search of profits. That is why we have to take direct action to stop this and to kick oil money out of politics. We have no other option but to put our bodies outside this conference and to physically disrupt. And we have to do that every time. We have to continue showing them that they are not going to get away with this. This is only the beginning of this fight, and we are going to stay and we are going to come back time and time again until we see real action. We cannot rely on politicians and the people in power to save us. They have proven time and time again that they always prioritize the fossil fuel industry and destructive industries above people, above their own citizens. So we have to reclaim the power, and that is what we are doing today. We have to kick oily money out. Thank you. Let's be really clear. The UK government has just approved the massive Rosebank oil field, but its justifications for having done so have completely fallen apart. Is taxpayer subsidized oil for export. It will do nothing to lower UK fuel bills or boost energy security in the UK. Equinor itself says Rosebank oil will be sold on the open market, and the most likely destination for that oil is the continent of Europe. After all, this is Equinor's oil, not ours. Despite this, the UK public will carry almost all of the costs of developing Rosebank. In fact, the UK is set to make a net loss of £755 million from Rosebank. All Rosebank will do is make Equinor, a company which supplies 27% of the UK's gas demand, and posted pre-tax profits of £62 billion in 2022 off the back of skyrocketing energy costs for the UK public. This will only make them even more money, while millions of households in the UK struggle to afford to stay warm. As for the government's claim that this oil will lead to overall lower emissions, the UK ranks in the bottom half of global oil producers in terms of the pollution created from oil production. So, to be clear, there is absolutely no public case for developing Rosebank. This will do nothing to lower our energy bills. It will do nothing to improve domestic energy security. It will only do harm to the UK's delicate marine ecosystems and harm to our destabilising climate. The UN and the International Energy Agency have been unequivocally clear that if we want to have any shot at retaining a planet that is safe to live on in the future, there can be no new oil and gas developments. Burning Rosebank's reserves would create more CO2 than the 28 lowest income countries produce in a year combined. Equinor knows this. Anders Opedal, the CEO of Equinor, who is in this building, knows this. The Norwegian government, who owns the majority of Equinor's shares, knows this. The UK government knows this. So we say to Anders Opedal, Equinor, the Norwegian government, and the UK government, we will hold you responsible for this now. The choice for whether Rosebank's oil is extracted and burned lies with you. We will hold you accountable for this. Opposition to Rosebank, which is coming from climate scientists to religious communities, organisations representing doctors and workers, parent groups and anti-poverty campaigners, from the Women's Institute to the World Wildlife Fund, Save the Children to the Salvation Army, and politicians from all major political parties. This opposition, this widespread opposition, will now be mobilised against you. Despite a commitment by the Norwegian government to align state-owned companies with their national climate targets, it has yet to intervene in the activities of Equinor and their oil expansion plans. Norway and Equinor, whose investments in renewables in 2022 amounted to just 3% of their total annual spend, are uniquely positioned to lead the energy transition due to its expertise and huge financial resources. Yet despite the wildfires, extreme temperatures, floods, and ocean heat waves around the world, what they are choosing to do instead is to pour more fuel on the fire by trying to open new, completely unthinkable. The only reason that they continue to pursue this is for profit. There is no justification for this. So as we head into another round of climate talks, we are demanding that Norway, that wealthy, happy country that is powered by green energy at home, we are demanding that Norway stops putting the brakes on other countries' energy transitions. We are demanding that Norway stops profiteering while others around the world are struggling to pay their bills, struggling to live, and struggling to survive in our destabilising climate. We are demanding that Norway
stops Equinor's plans to expand all new oil and gas projects, starting with Rosebank. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for those statements. So we're now going to take a few questions, and just to stress, Greta's not going to be doing any interviews. So now is your chance to ask the questions that you want to ask. So yeah, please do say, if everyone could just stay behind that line, and then we can get started with the questions.
Thank you. So we'll take open questions. Okay, great. Rivka, Novara Media. I think it's going to be inevitable that more and more people are going to be imprisoned, and that is not because of purely the veracity with which we believe that we need to take action in order to protect people. It's mainly because our government has put in new legislation to criminalise the basic exercising of our rights to peaceful, non-violent, disruptive protest, which is a cornerstone of democracy and a cornerstone of many of the rights that we all enjoy today, if not in part all of them. So yes, more and more people will be in prison, such as Marcus and Morgan, who are currently serving the longest sentences in UK history for peaceful, non-violent protest. And that's because of the actions of our government, who think that the best thing to do in a climate crisis is to extend more punishment for people calling for a change rather than to actually take climate action. Frankly, I think the UK government is going into COP28 looking like a total embarrassment on the world stage. So a report came out recently by Oil Change International, which found that of all planned CO2 emissions from future oil and gas projects, just 5 countries, surprise, surprise, Norway, the UK, the US, Australia and Canada are responsible for 55%, so a clear majority of all planned CO2 emissions from new fossil fuel projects. So going into COP28, global civil society will be holding these countries accountable. These are rich, diversified economies that have absolutely no excuse not to transition away from fossil fuels immediately. But what they're doing instead is deliberately pouring more fuel on the fire by trying to open new fossil fuel projects, which will cause absolute mayhem for everyone on the planet, and millions of lives will be lost by the climate crisis. More and more lives will be lost with every fraction of a degree of warming. So we will be here in our numbers to tell the UK, Norway, Canada, Australia and the US and every country that is expanding fossil fuels that we will not accept this anymore. Unfortunately, this trend is not unique to him nor the UK. We are seeing this all over the world, that people in power and politicians, elected officials are failing. The people are failing humanity as a whole and continuing to sacrifice people in the name of greed and destruction. But we must remember that even a worse, like previously, we were as far away from what was needed as we could possibly get. And now we are even further away from that. So we have to keep that in mind. I mean, we can only look at the numbers. So yes. I think, do we all want to answer that question? Or I think we are many who are starting to sound like broken records because we have to keep saying the same thing over and over again for years. And yet I have not even been doing this for a long time. People have been saying this for decades. And people living on the front lines, scientists, indigenous peoples, have been raising the alarm. But their voices have been drowned in greenwashing and lies coming from people in power and corrupt leaders. But giving up is not an option because we know what is at stake. I would say for many of us in the climate movement, giving up doesn't even cross our minds. I think we need to ask ourselves, if we were to resign into apathy, if we were to resign into exhaustion and non-action, who benefits from that? Who benefits if we step back and we give up and we allow governments to continue expanding fossil fuel projects? It's not us. And every single fraction of a degree of warming that we can prevent matters. I would never want to give up on a shot at a livable future. That's what we're fighting for, is any shot that we have left of actually having a planet to live on in the future. So we will do everything that it takes to achieve that. Yes, go on. What's your question?
It's Justin, the BBC correspondent there.
So the president of COP28 this year is Sultan Al Jaber, who himself is an oil executive. They've put a wolf as the shepherd for the sheep. It's obviously ridiculous. But what is most important is that for decades, the oil industry has been in control of this process. They have always figuratively been at the head of climate negotiations. It's just that this year, they've literally put them at its head. This is the clearest sign yet that these negotiations are a farce and are not going to lead to the sort of rapid, urgent change we need. We face a major problem where change is needed urgently, but it happens so slowly. This is an impossible combination that has to change, and it absolutely won't if an oil executive is in charge of the speed of that process.
I don't have much to add, but just to emphasize that this is nothing new. We have known that the fossil fuel lobbyists have corrupted the COP processes for decades. And as you say, this shows very, very clearly the ambitions of the COPs and that they are not supposed to lead to a dramatic reduction in CO2 emissions. If they were, then they would not put an oil executive as the president.
Okay, thank you. I think, okay, we'll take one more question and then that's the end. Yeah, David. So Sultan Al Jaber was due to speak at the Oil and Money Conference today, also called Energy Intelligence Forum, but he has pulled out in the face of our protest. I think what this signifies for COP28 is that the oil industry is running scared of accountability. This is why they have their events in countries where there is less scrutiny. This is why they have their events in locations like this one that can afford mass security, that can afford these beautiful champagne receptions for them. They are keeping the oil industry in its own little microcosm, away from the accountability of a wider society that sees what they are doing that sees the destruction they are wreaking and that will ultimately stand up and say enough. Our call is that needs to happen today. It needs to happen now, because it is only through our accountability that these executives will change, because we certainly can't rely on our politicians to make them. Thank you. Okay, now, this is important. Greta is here as an activist to participate in this demonstration. She is an activist, like all of us, here to make her case for climate action. That does not mean being mobbed by cameras. You've had your opportunity to speak to her, to have an interview. I do ask you to be respectful. We are young people as well who do not want to spend our whole protest keeping you back. So please be respectful, keep a distance, and let's all get on. Thank you.
Hi again, everyone. Back after some tech issues. So just to summarise what's going on here, if you've just been hearing speeches from people from Fossil Free London, and in fact, Greta Thunberg was here. Oh my gosh, we weren't expecting that, or at least I wasn't. So something else to have on the stream, talking about how the Oil and Money Conference, I think I'm going to call it that because that's what its name was until a few years ago, is so destructive to making a transition that's actually to energy sources that are equitable and aren't making huge amounts of money for a very small number of people, and obviously destroying the living environment for everybody else and all species as well, which is particularly important to a lot of people protesting today. It's not just about people, but it's about all the other species on the planet, and the fact that we are having a hand in their destruction. I know that's something that Greta Thunberg also is very passionate about. So, yes, recap. We are here at the Intercontinental Hotel on Park Lane for the Oil and Money Conference. And we are Fossil Free London. We are Extinction Rebellion Southeast. There is a blockage of a roundabout, which I'm standing on right now. And there's also a lot of people sitting, standing, banner holding, chanting outside of the Intercontinental Hotel, which you've also got a look at earlier today. So I think we will have a bit of a break from the quite intense stuff over at the entrance to the hotel, where delegates are trying to go in to attend the conference. Remember, these are some of the big hitters in the oil and gas world, soon to be the carbon capture and storage world, they would like to have you think, but that's going to just mean that they remain having power as we move into a different energy future. So I think I am going to go talk to a few more people who are on the edge of the action with their banners. Because it's always really nice to get different perspectives from different kinds of people. That's what we're all about, sharing our knowledge and viewpoints. So let's try and do that. Here's some banner holders. This is Park Lane, very busy Monday morning. As you can see, people not being able to come into this roundabouted area here. And that's the whole idea, is that vehicle access is stopped. If people want to get in, they are going to have to walk in past us. Police vans here as well, and some workmen. It's very busy. Hello there.
Hello.
You are on XR UK Live for the Oil and Money Conference. Would you like to say anything about why you're here today?
We're here because there are a group of people down the end of the road, just down there, who think it's okay to make money off the raping and pillaging the planet. The science has been very clear for quite a long time. We're at the point now where there are UN bodies that specifically look at energy, who are saying we need to leave it in the ground. The amount of oil and gas that has been already found, if we took all of it out, if we burnt all of it, we would bust the 1.5 degrees. We need to stop that. And I'm here to make sure that the people who are involved in making money off that know this isn't right. They shouldn't be doing it. And we won't let them do it.
What's your background? How have you come into this knowledge about how the world is being run by oil and money?
So my background is as an engineer, but my cultural background is that my family come from the West Indies. Within the West Indies, there's what they call a hurricane season, where you get hurricanes that come through. But what we're finding is that hurricane season is lasting longer. We're getting more intense hurricanes. A lot of people will have seen the devastation that's happened in Florida, that's happened in Texas. Imagine a small island. Imagine an island with significantly less than the resources that the Americans can throw at recovering from that. These hurricanes go through those small islands before they hit America. There is a horrific situation where the people who do the least to pollute end up suffering the most from the results of that pollution. We have to stop burning oil and gas. We have to stop putting energy into the system. These extreme weather events will just get worse and worse.
Thank you for sharing that about nations that are in a very different position from ours, because we know that there are lots of projects being put through around the world right now by people who are in that conference, something like Exxon in Papua New Guinea, for example. And it's really, we don't see this, but it's still very destructive to other countries, and there's new projects being put forward all the time.
What's happening an awful lot in Africa particularly is that oil and gas projects will be put through. The people who are at the very top, the people who are in government, will be convinced by money, usually money from Western companies and Western banks, that they should allow these oil and gas projects. What you find is the money doesn't go all the way through in these countries. The money goes to the people at the very top and stops there. If you go to the Nigerian Delta, you'll find that the people there haven't seen any of the money, but they've seen all the pollution that comes from having poor infrastructure, where there are oil pipelines that regularly burst. They rely on groundwater, but the groundwater gets polluted every time there's a burst in their oil pipe. What's happening there is wrong. It's not fair. It shouldn't be happening. We know that. We shouldn't be allowing it.
Absolutely. Thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to say while you're on camera?
What I'd like to say to anyone that sees this is do whatever you can to convince people that this is the wrong thing to do. Barclays Bank is the largest funder of fossil fuel in Europe. If you have an account with Barclays Bank, or you have a friend who has an account with Barclays Bank, move your account. There are other companies out there. There are places that will pay you to move your account across to them. Move away from these people who are profiting from the destruction of the planet.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us today.
Thank you.
Right. I love doing these interviews. It's so good to hear other people's points of view. Especially we're talking about the Global South, because it's something that it can be difficult for us to visualize ourselves and to find out information if we're not really, really proactive. But even though a lot of the action in terms of strategizing this, what the oil and gas industry does, is happening in Western countries, in London today. The effects are felt all over the world, and particularly in poorer nations. So let's see if anybody else wants to talk to us. Hello there.
Hi.
You're on XR UK Live. Would you like to say anything about what you're doing today?
Yeah, we're shutting down what used to be called the Oil Money Conference. They've renamed it, but that doesn't change what it's all about. It's got loads of CEOs and executives from oil majors, loads of bank CEOs pouring trillions every year into fossil fuels. And yeah, we're here to take a stand because they can't be coming to London and having this in plain view of the public without the public, taking a stand, because their financing and their business, they're profiting off of our demise, our collective demise, and so that's why we're shutting down traffic and we're shutting down the entrances to the hotel where it's being held.
Is there anything about this? Is there anything about this particular event that speaks to you personally and your journey to this point? Why are you standing here now?
Yeah, I think that there is a lot of anxiety and concern around the world about climate change. And I think events like this are really powerful because you're disrupting the very people that are causing the problem, right? It's not that I'm against other tactics necessarily, but this is like such an effective thing to do because the people who are making these decisions and making billions every quarter in profits off fossil fuels, they're in there. They're making decisions, they're having sessions, and we're disrupting them. And we're doing something direct to disrupt their business as usual. So I think it's just super powerful when you're able to confront power in that way. And, you know, as ordinary people, we don't have much power to sell it. We're not elected officials. We're not, extraordinarily rich. But what we can do is use our bodies and put them on the line to create real serious problems for the people who are responsible for our demise.
And are you making any sacrifices to be here today?
Well, I'm actually from New York. I'm here in part because I wanted to join this. I was supposed to do other things here. I didn't come just for this, but and I think I thought it was important to show international solidarity. In New York, obviously, we're also a capital of global finance. And we, these are international problems. These companies are multinational companies, and I think it's really, really important to show, solidarity and that to show that people everywhere are standing up to global fossil capital.
Oh, well, thanks for joining us today. That's great. Thanks for sharing. Okay. Of course, all of the great financial centers of the world, I say great in terms of big, are implicated in this as well. Let's see if anybody else wants to talk. Hello? No, not keen. Hello? Would you like to say anything on XR UK Live about your action today?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. What's your name and where you're from?
So my name is Pearl and I'm from Oxford. And we're here today because this is a gathering of some of the worst climate criminals, really, that we have going on at the moment in terms of the oil sector. And if we have any chance of staying between below the 1.5 degrees of warming, then we have to stop investing in fossil fuels. We have to be moving towards renewables. And I think if we don't stand up and say that this is not happening in our name and that we don't want this, then they're just going to keep going. And we need them to know that we do not want that. The planet is burning and we cannot keep going as we are at the moment.
How does it feel to be standing? I'm just going to try and get a little bit of what's going on here as well. It's a very busy morning, lots of people going past. I'm thinking you probably had some supportive beeps, but somebody just went past with abusive shouts. How do you kind of counter that when you're on actions? Because it might be something that people watching are thinking, I'd love to go out, but actually it feels quite intimidating.
Yeah, for sure. This is actually my first time blocking a road. Okay. So I've been involved in XR things before, but I've never done something like this before. So it was definitely scary stepping out into the road for the first time. And yeah, absolutely, there are people who are not happy. And I can completely understand that because this is disruptive and we are getting in people's way and they're just trying to get on with their day. But equally, there is support, as you say, from some people. And I think just not taking it personally, knowing that it's not directed at us, it's frustration that is, completely understand where it's coming from, but it's not personal, and holding on to the bigger reason that we're doing this. And that actually there are so many people here who agree, and we are working together for this. And fundamentally, that's the only way we're going to get through this is together. And so holding on to that rather than necessarily being hopefully too intimidated by what else happens.
We have to remind ourselves as well, we have still a right to protest, only just hanging by a thread, and we are non-violent. So we're within our rights to do this.
Yeah, very much so. I think I always feel a bit it's a bit scary when we kind of have legal briefings and we're talking about what happens if you get arrested and all of that sort of thing. And it can feel a bit scary. And as you say, the right to protest in this country is pretty tricky at the moment, and it's really not. It's not been going in a great direction over the last few years, but it is a fundamental human right. We have a right to be here. We have a right to say that this is not what we want for our future. Holding on to that and remembering, it's okay. We're allowed to be doing this and we need to be doing this. Yeah.
Thank you so much, and good luck with the rest of your First Action banner holding.
Thank you very much.
Oh, hello. Let's see. I'm going to move on and just remind everybody where we are, to some participating people to find out why they're doing it. That's one of the reasons I really like to live stream, is because I feel like there is so much rhetoric in the media about protesters. environmental protesters in particular, and people who are, saying that we have some kind of crazy political agenda, that we are terrorists, that we're various people, lefties, people who eat certain vegetarian things. Like, it's really not useful to have those labels. And I think if you listen to these people who I'm talking to, everybody, they're genuine people who've done their research and feel strongly about something, and protest in this way is absolutely legitimate. So I'm hoping that this helps to break through some of those barriers that people have about protest. And that's why we try and feature as many voices as possible as well, from different perspectives and social backgrounds. So with that in mind, I'm just wondering if we should go and do... Can my director tell me whether we've had a scientist interview yet? I do like... Oh, I've been told we haven't spoken to scientists yet. Well, we definitely should, because we've got about half a dozen of them in a particular roadblock. So let's go, it's talk to scientist time. Ask a scientist some of the big questions about our conference today. Oh, I see that I've got a bit of competition here. Somebody else wants to speak to scientists. Just bear with for a minute. I think the banner is moving to let a food lorry through. Just letting some replenishment stocks through here. We try not to disrupt the everyday goings on. In fact, when we arrived, there was an ambulance that was moving around, and that was let through, of course, as well. So, brief update. We are at the Energy Intelligence Forum on Park Lane in London. This is known by other people as the Oil and Money Conference. Indeed, it was known by those people themselves as the Oil and Money Conference until just a few years ago. It's the Oscars of oil. All the key players are here, CEOs from oil and gas companies around the world. We've got a minister, in fact, from the Department of... they've just changed the names. Department of Energy Security and Net Zero, I think it's called, without looking at my notes. And there are some people from the sustainability arms of companies as well. They're trying to make this look like it's an energy transition. But people who are protesting today are very worried that that's actually a greenwash. And there are still many, many oil and gas projects out there that are ready to go. Rishi Sunak said that he wants to have 100 new oil and gas projects in the UK. He's given them the green light, notably Rosebank, which is the biggest unexplored oil field in the North Sea. So there's still a lot of appetite around the world, and sadly the UK is kind of leading the way in that, saying actually it's all right to license these things. We don't need to think about net zero, and that's been a bit of rhetoric that's been very scary coming out in the last few weeks. So it's a very apposite time to be here as Extinction Rebellion, and we are joining this Fossil Fuel London action. 6 days of action, 3 of preparation and 3 of actually coming and disrupting the conference itself. Now they have come back to being still. I'm going to try and talk to a scientist. Hello there, scientists. Hello. Would you like to talk to XR UK Live?
Sure.
About why you're here today? We've lost a few scientists, haven't we?
We're a bit dispersed, but yeah, we're here today because, the science has been very clear for a while that there can be no new oil and gas. And so oil executives are on the wrong side of history, and future generations will judge them very badly, and we want to be here to tell them that.
What's your perspective as a scientist? Could you tell us your discipline and how that gives you insight into what's going on here?
So I'm actually a particle physicist, so I'm not a climate scientist at all, but I think that it's the duty of everyone in society, every kind of scientist, to say we need to tell the truth now. We know the facts, and we should stand here and stand up for them.
So the fact that the science has been clear for many decades and it's been effectively ignored by governments, how does that make you feel, and what's the sense that you've got from the wider scientist community taking action about how that kind of motivates them to be involved with direct action?
I mean, yeah, I think we just have to keep taking direct action until people take notice. That's why we're here.
Brilliant, thank you very much. I feel like things are dispersing a little bit now. Maybe I can talk to one more scientist before we wrap on this. Hello, would you like to... Okay, oh, somebody's being arrested at the other end. Should we continue with our interview? We'll continue. Hello, would you like to talk to XR UK Live today? We've done this many times before, haven't we?
Yeah, we have. Do you want me to answer any questions? Or?
Well, just I know that scientists come out again and again and again, but why is the Energy Intelligence Summit important?
Well, I think it's important because we are all... Hold on a minute, there is a block here.
Just a moment, we've got a truck that's trying to... that wants to come past. I think they're just deciding what they're going to do about that, because it seems like some of the roadblocks have now been taken offline. I'm just going to step aside and let that decision be made so we can keep things safe. So it seems like things are being broken up outside the entrance to the Intercontinental Hotel. We've only been here since 8 o'clock, so I'm not sure what we're on now, but it hasn't been very long before the police has seen fit to intervene and get rid of I suppose it's noisy for people inside, that kind of disruption isn't really tolerated anymore. Indeed, laws that have been put in place in the last year are saying that anything more than mild disruption should not be allowed. That was the Public Order Act and the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Bill. So it is more difficult now to do the big sort of classic Extinction Rebellion actions that kicked off the movement in 2019 and so on. But I think things have regrouped. I'll try and find out whether it would be good for us to all go down to the site where people are being extricated. Sort of difficult to talk to people at the moment because there's quite a lot of reshuffle. So if we've got anything to see on the other side or anybody to talk to, that might be good while I just figure out where we need to be. Extinction Rebellion and Fossil Free London are currently blocking the Energy Intelligence Forum in Mayfair on Park Lane. This is because we are trying to bring attention to the fact that some of the biggest names in the energy sector, and specifically the non-renewable energy sector, have gathered here to discuss the future of all of our lives. And it really, I mean, I'm trying to make it sound jokily dramatic, but it is actually quite dramatic, the fact that so few people have so much power over the future of the human civilization and everything else on Earth. They're trying to make this more sustainable way forward, apparently. This conference has been supported by the chair of COP28 in Dubai, which is Dr. Sultan Al Jaber. He himself being the CEO of an oil company in the Middle East. So it's quite clear that it'll be easy for bias to creep in there as to what the, I should say, proportion of fuels is in the next few years. And of course, we need government involved as well to put the pressure on and not just leave it to these people to decide what they want us to benefit from or not in terms of energy. Hello. Oh, okay. I've just been told I'm still live. So there is a big conglomeration of people now, more towards Park Lane. Just giving you a view from up the road. People are being arrested and taken away. There were probably about 100 people down right outside the entrance to the Intercontinental Hotel on Hamilton Place. There are police around, obviously. There's police around the area where I am at as well, which is the top of that lane. We're sort of blocking off the street to traffic. So we had about 50 people maybe blocking this roundabout earlier in the day. That has now calmed down, and we're just blocking this one road, which isn't the main Park Lane, it's the road off it, where a lot of vehicles chauffeuring people to the hotel. So it's a way of, we understand that we're not going to majorly disrupt this conference. The main thing that we're trying to do is create a presence, make people aware that we are not letting up. There is still a lot of surveillance of these companies, so many very inspiring people who are doing things I couldn't possibly do in terms of keeping tabs on some very complicated information about how the energy transition is or isn't proceeding. And I think the consensus is amongst the concerned activist community that, as you've seen from the interviews we've done earlier, not enough is being done. Not enough is being done, and that is going to be clear at COP28 when all of the world leaders, hopefully Rishi Sunak included, I mean, he missed the UN summit recently, so who knows? But the idea is that all committed parties go to COP28 in Dubai, and they are going to... it's quite an important year, actually, because they are going to... I'm afraid I can't remember the exact terminology now, but there's a sort of taking of stocks that happens every 5 years. It's like a baseline that is going to be, a lot of data is being collected and is going to be analysed and evaluated at COP28 to figure out what the next few steps are. So it's sort of one of these stepping stones between the Paris Agreement and perhaps something else, what comes next. And there is consensus from that data. And this is not just, the activists saying this. I was looking at Chatham House this morning, their analysis of what's going on. Certainly the IPCC, which is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, their reports are all saying this is not happening quick enough. So COP28 will be a reckoning, but probably not a big enough reckoning because of all of the oil lobbyists that went there. COP26 and 27, the last two COPs, there were a huge amount of oil and gas delegates there. In fact, more of those delegates than there were from any single country. So if you think about the big players like the US or the EU, for example, each of those delegations were dwarfed by the number of lobbyists there from the oil and gas industry. So we know we're not going to change much today, but it's about being the thorn in the side and keeping the pressure on. I feel like there's been a bit of a lull in terms of arrests, so I could try and go back to the scientists or some more interviews. In fact, I think I will do that. It is so noisy. It's so noisy down on the other side that I think it's going to be quite difficult to get people to hear. And you don't want to ask people to give an interview if they can't actually hear what they're saying. So we will stay on the slightly quieter area, talk to people where we can understand them, and we'll see how long this thing plays out for. Okay, so let's see who we can talk to next. Anybody I haven't spoken to? I've spoken to quite a few of these people. Hello there. You're on XR UK Live channel. Would you like to say anything about the action today?
Sure. Just welcome to everyone. This is the big event where everybody's at, governments, fossil fuel companies, anybody interested in oil and money, as this thing used to be called.
It's just fantastic, isn't it? That's how blatant it was.
Absolutely, and now it's called the Energy Intelligence Forum, of course.
Yeah.
Well, those
Much more vague.
Those are literally the big guys, and they are stitching up the world yet again in terms of putting profits ahead of people and of nature. And I was watching the website just last night, and they haven't even had the decency to change the language. They're still referring to developing and developed world. That's what they think of the global south, where they're making the profits. So that's all I can say. This is it. That's where they do the deals, and we have to be here to show them that we don't want that kind of stuff. We just don't want any more Rose Bank. We don't want hiccup, and that's how we tell them. Hopefully they're listening, but we will have to be here again and again and again.
The ironic thing is, a lot of these people will then end up being, or at least their subordinates will end up being at COP28 in about a month's time, which is supposed to be about the total opposite of what this is.
Absolutely, but at least the new president, Sultan Jaber, he withdrew his presence. I sincerely hope that this is because he was afraid of protest, or if he thought it was just too shameful to be shouted at in the streets. But maybe I'm imagining that, because they have no shame. And
well, they have said on their website that, and in fact I've seen Sultan Jaber has also said in other places, that they know oil has to end. So what do you think about this sort of the idea that there is an energy transition happening, but it's on their terms? What's your take?
Well, the terms are very strange, because they keep changing. They make commitment, and then most of the companies have actually gone back in terms of their commitments in 2050, in 2030, and the same is done our government. And at the same time, the science tells them now you have to stop. And this back and forward, I'm sure is intended to confuse us, because they know full well what the science of the UN says, what poor Guterres says. Sorry, did not go there. So sorry. And in the context now of this other crisis emerging, I don't understand why they can't see that the future is looking so bleak, and they are to blame. I'm sorry. In Extinction Rebellion, we are supposed to say no shame, no blame. That these organizations and people who represent them should be shamed.
They are leading the way, and I feel quite strongly that the organisations they're made of all the little people inside, aren't they? And I think one thing that we've done in the past is tried to give people a way out by helping us with information, like whistleblowing and things.
But it's I don't know. I mean, yes, I think we don't shame individuals, but at the same time, there's got to be a level of accountability, and the people who make individual choices to belong to this world. Yesterday I'm based in Oxford, and Oxford University had a big careers fair, which we obviously blocked and everything. And there was Equinor there. What is Equinor doing in a career fair for Oxford students? So again, we were very pleased to see that Equinor on the day didn't turn up. So we think it because of that. Well, I like to think, but so they're everywhere, and I actually think that companies like Equinor and others are making this last ditch to get everything out of the soil that they can, ECOP and things like that, because thank you.
Sis. So this gentleman's being arrested.
Can't.
Haven't found one yet, no. It's so loud as well, I'm a bit worried.
The worst scientist there I've ever come to. How short are we looking up there?
educator. So I talk to people who work in the advertising industry in the UK and also globally about the climate and ecological emergency, hopefully giving them some tools and some education to help them think about it while they're at work every day.
So why have you particularly come to the Energy Intelligence Forum today?
So I've come to the Energy Intelligence Forum today to exercise my legal right to protest. I am really uncomfortable with the fossil fuel industry in its current form. I think they have a lot of power and I think they're using it. I think they're making an awful lot of money at the moment. This conference used to be called the Oil and Money Conference, so I think they're very well aware of the money in fossil fuels. And I want to see the balance of power being shifted, because I really want to see sustainable investment in renewable energy and the renewable energy industry. And so I want to see the government make that shift. So I've come to let the government know what I think, and I want to see that change, and I very much hope that it's going to happen.
And the British government inside this building here, what do you have to say to them, Sophie?
I want the British government to think about the future of all life on Earth. I mean, I know that sounds like an enormous statement, but that is actually why I'm here. I want them to think about the future of everything. Of people talk about their children. I've got children, and I do think about their future. But we live in the West. Really, I think about people who don't live here in the UK, who live in other countries that are being affected by the climate and ecological emergency now. I want them to think about that. I want them to think about the way that we live here affecting everybody else. And I want them to make changes to make us more sustainable. I think we have a choice. I think we can make those changes. We just need to decide to make it happen.
And Exxon, the largest listed oil company in the world, BP with its greenwashing, Shell, all inside this building today. What do you have to say to the oil execs?
I want them to really open themselves up to the truth. I want them to really listen to the scientists. I want them to lean in to those emotions, because that's what I do. So I talk to a lot of people out here, and because I'm in outreach, I hand out stickers. I talk to people about what's going on today, and a lot of them are telling me, well, yeah, I know that the fossil fuel industry is destroying the planet. And I think the bosses know that too. But there's an emotional side to that I think a lot of people are just blocking out. And so what I'd like them to do is to open themselves up to the reality and their real feelings about what that actually means and what they're doing. And then I want them to act on that emotion.
One last question. Do you think today's protest, being here at the Hotel Intercontinental on the streets of London, do you think it will make a difference? Will it help?
I definitely think I'm making a difference by being here. I already know that the chair of this conference has pulled out today because I'm guessing they recognise the conflict of interest and the position that they're in by taking the role of chair of this conference. So yes, I think we're making a difference to the Oil and Money Conference that's taking place. I also think we are sending a message to our leaders, to our government, that we are watching them and that we want them to make changes. It also makes a difference to me, personally, for being here. This gives me hope. When I really think about the science, it's hard to feel hope because it's really scary. But being here and being with other people who care, like I do, it gives me hope, and that's what I'm here for.
Thank you very much, Sophie, for writing.
It's my pleasure. Thank you. All right, nice to meet you.
All delegates away for the Oil and Money
Have you got rivet on yours? Are you focusing?
with
Hello?
will stop you. We will stop you. We will stop you. We will stop you.
Especially with the decisions of the government, who have really renewed oil and gas, a push for oil and gas recently. And I've seen flooding firsthand. My gran in Germany was flooded. I know what it looks like. I know how long it takes to repair. I'm worried that I won't have a choice in my future what career I have, because I'll be too worried about survival. And I'm also here because it gives me a lot of hope to see so many people out. Of course, it can always be more people, but it's really nice to be doing something about this. Yeah.
Do you have a message for the delegates of the Energy Intelligence Forum?
I say, I'm sure you're very intelligent in certain ways, and there are many, many other jobs you could be doing. Use your brains, use your money for something else. This is not going to last long. Really, this isn't just me saying it, it's not going to last. It's on its way out. Get out before you're forced out of this industry.
So do you think today's action, and do you think direct action works?
I do. I've had some amazing examples of direct action working over the training this weekend. For example, with COP, which is this big pipeline they're planning to build in Africa, they've managed to stop it. They've managed to delay it by 5 years from direct action. And some of this is only 2 people outside a building. It's good just to have numbers. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do. Just be here.
So will you be marching with us tomorrow?
I will be, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you. Join us.
you! Shame on you! Shame on you! Shame on you!
So up there, everybody, we have some climbers, two climbers who are about to drop a banner on the off the Intercontinental Hotel in Mayfair, London, where the Energy Intelligence Summit is taking place right inside. I'm not sure how it can take place because we've had a samba band drumming away several hours now on day one. We've got the big hitters of the fossil fuel industry there. They've decided to come and decide on the futures of everybody, how they're going to transition energy to apparently a green future, although I'm not sure how that could be the case with all the oil and gas projects that they are looking into around the world. We've got Papua New Guinea, we've got COP, which is going through East Africa, our own Rosebank oil field, which has been soon tax. So we're in a scary position here on the world stage. So that's why Extinction Rebellion and Fossil Free London have decided to disrupt this conference to say this is not happening fast enough. The oil and gas companies need to get their acts together, and also, quite frankly, they should be regulated and made to get their acts together rather than it being their total choice. So we're just waiting for this banner to drop, which is quite an exciting development. Behind me, we're seeing some very sobering pictures as well of climate impacts around the world. I hope we've been able to hear from Christian Climate Action, who have brought these photos, which I think is a spectacular way to really contrast what's going on in these buildings. Lots of suited and booted people walking past us, looking a bit annoyed, to be honest, on their way to the conference. And that world is just so far from what's happening in a lot of places in the world where climate destruction is really becoming an everyday part of life, and very scary to see that. You know, we've had it starting to come to I should say the global north shores, hurricanes, forest fires, devastating floods. This has been a fact of life for the small island nations and for some of the global south, or a lot of the global south, I should say, for some time. Terrible famine that was caused by drought in Madagascar just a couple of years ago was considered to be the first climate change induced famine. So really, we have to stop taking fuel out of the ground in the form of fossil fuels, oil, coal, and gas. And this just isn't happening fast enough. So we've had a lot of people in total. I would say probably about 300 people here today. If people are just joining us and thinking, why are we watching? Just waiting for this banner to drop. Well, we are coming to the end of the action, I believe. We've been blockading this street. So behind me, where you can maybe see some people with umbrellas, pink umbrellas, walking back that way, we blocked a roundabout which brought vehicles off Park Lane towards the hotel here. So that was blocked for about 2 hours. There have been a lot of people around the base of the hotel blocking we haven't blocked the entrance, because you've probably been able to see that we were expected. This was actually causing disruption to this conference, not in huge detail, but it was made public in advance. So the police knew about this. Paris fencing was put up to stop people actually getting into the hotel. So people have taken the opportunity there to use that as a canvas for banners, slogans, standing up and showing. Sorry, you can't see my head. My arm's getting very tired. Showing these terrible photographs as well of this pact. So there's been a variety of actions. We heard from Stop Cambo. I believe we heard from a scientist. I haven't seen all of this, obviously, because they've been running around. Greta Thunberg was here as well. So it has been quite a packed morning. And now we are waiting for the pièce de résistance, I believe. I might be able to find a few more people to talk. I will reconnect and I'll talk to you.
Don't come back no more.
Yes.
Climate justice now. Oh, I know what it was. People gonna rise like the water. We're gonna tear this system down. Here comes the great granddaughter. Climate justice now. People gonna rise like water. We're gonna tear this system down. Here comes the great granddaughter. Sing climate justice now. People gonna rise like water. Gonna tear this system down. Here comes the great granddaughter. Sing climate justice now.
Sorry? Alright. It's using your...
You'll reach out, number 11. Just join me whenever you feel like it out. It's a really good one. Sound of the river as it moves across the sun. The same sound as the bird in the body as it moves across the bone. Are you listening? Oh, are you listening? Oh, are you listening? Oh, are you listening? Oh. It says it listen to its mouth, short mouth. Hear what it says, listen. It's the sound of the river as it moves across the stone. It's the same sound as the blood in your body as it moves across the stone. Are you listening? Oh, are you listening? Oh, are you listening? Oh, are you listening? Oh, it's down, down, down. new oil, no new gas. We don't want a climate crash. No new oil, no new gas. We don't want a climate crash. Holy money out! 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 Holy money
Difficult with gloves, isn't it? Fingers are getting cold.
We'll come back to that chart later. Okay. What do we want? Climate justice. What do we want? Climate justice. What do we want? Now. What do we want? Climate justice. What do we want? Now. What do we want? Climate justice. What do we want? Now. What do we want? Climate justice. What do we want? Now. What do we want? Climate justice. What do we want? Now. What do we want? Climate justice. What do we want? Now. What do we want? Climate justice. What do we want? Now. What do we want? Climate justice. What do we want? Now. What do we want? Climate justice. What do we want? Now. What do we want? Climate justice. What do we want? Now. What do we want? Climate justice. What do we want? Now. What do we want? Climate justice. What do we want? Now. What do we want? Climate justice. What do we want? Now. What do we want? 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 Climate justice. What do we want? What do we want? Now. What do we want? The people united will never be defeated. 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 United will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. United will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. Power to the people. Because the people got the power. Because the people got the power. Tell me, can you feel it? That is stronger by the hour. Stronger by the hour. Power! Power! People! People! Power! Power! People! People! Power to the people. Power. Because the people got the power. People got the power. Tell me, can you feel it? Tell me, can you feel it? Stronger by the hour. Stronger by the hour. Power! Power! People! Power! People! Power to the people! Because the people got the power! Tell me, can you feel it? That is only by the hour! Power! People! Power! People! Power! People! Power to the people! Because the people got the power! Tell me, can you hear it? Stronger by the hour! Power! People! Power! People! Power! Power! People! Power! People!
Hi everybody, we've had a bit of time looking around this really amazing action and now we're back to talk about what's going on today. So we're at the Oil and Money Conference, as it used to be called. It's now called the I've forgotten what it's called because I can't see my notes, but this is what it used to be called 2 years ago, and now it's called something that sounds much more sustainable. So we're at a bit of an impasse at the moment. So I think some people have actually been trying to get into the conference, some delegates, because this is where we're actually trying to block the gates. So there's people holding banners. There's people who are blocking the ways with their bodies, and this is exactly what we come to now. It's ordinary people standing on the street, preventing the big names in oil and gas from getting inside to talk about how they're going to keep making money from oil and gas. So you've got things like carbon capture and storage that are on the table now. Now that's very problematic because it means that these people are still going to remain in charge of how energy is used on the world circuit. So it's really great to see fossil-free London, Extinction Rebellion, and probably some other people as well who've turned up come and join together to make this big stand and disrupt somewhat and show that no, we aren't going to stand for this, actually, you know, and we're taking action for people all around the world because energy is a global industry. It affects global north, global south, and they just happen to be here in London. So it's really important to be out and to show that these kind of things are not welcome in our city. For a lot of people, it's like the latest poll I think I saw was that 80% of people in Britain feel either slightly concerned or really concerned about climate change. And that's not being listened to by governments in general. Things are not moving quickly enough. There's even climate delay happening, especially in the UK government at the moment. So we are now looking up at a banner that's being unfurled by some very brave climates. They've been up there for about 45 minutes, I think, now, getting their demonstration ready. Everyone's singing together and we're unfurling this banner to show people at the Energy Intelligence Forum that people power is still strong in Britain, in spite of all of the laws that have been made against us. The people we will win. We will get what's needed for climate justice, for all beings on Earth to have a future. Everybody's children, grandchildren, people they know, people they don't know. We're fighting for everyone on this Earth to have equal access to all the things that we want to keep our life going: food, clean water, shelter. We don't want climate migrants. We don't want extinctions. We don't want oily money. We don't want money to be dictating how the future of the planet unfolds. So down comes our banner. And let's see what it says. This is at the Intercontinental Hotel, just off Park Lane in London, where the Energy Intelligence Forum, previously known as the Oil and Money Conference, has started its 3-day summit with key figures from around the world: Total, Shell, amongst the CEOs that are here today to speak. So we're waiting. It's quite a windy day. It's not the easiest of manoeuvres, and these climbers somehow have got up onto the side of the building. And actually it's a little bit dangerous up there because the banner is being made into a huge sail. So just wait for that oily money out. So if you're interested to learn more about why we believe that it's so damaging to have oil and gas companies determining our futures, being linked in with money, being linked in with politics, please check oilymoneyout.uk. So not .co.uk, I made that mistake this morning, oilymoneyout.uk. You can find out about how to get involved with the action today, tomorrow, and then the next day as well. And there's all sorts of resources there. So what a great effort from Fossil Free London. They have actions all over the capital. So many different ways you can get involved. Climate change is insidious. It has all areas of life. It affects all areas of life. So anything that you're interested in, anything that you have specialisms in, passions in, you can help with. So we're almost there with this black banner with yellow letters and the Oily Money Out logo. make big oil, and I think that's going to be hay. Now, as I said before, there's been quite obvious, there have been people on the other side of the road waiting to get into the conference, and they've been blocked. We've got this Harris fencing all along along the base of the hotel entrance here. They're just letting people through a little hole in that. But we've had protesters and their banners all around the outside of that, and police formed a cordon now, and nobody's going in or out. So people really are just stopping play, which is exactly the idea. And now a song being sung, which is actually quite poignant because it was one of the songs that's sung often by Marcus, who is a musician who is active with Extinction Rebellion, who is, I believe he's still currently in prison. He got a prison sentence for an action with Just Stop Oil, actually, but a peaceful one that made a lot of disruptive impression. And he's in prison for a number of years for that now. So I don't know whether this is intentional, but it's a bit of a tribute to him, because there are going to be more people who are going to have to face harsh punishments for being climate activists now. Nothing compared to people who are on the front lines of climate change, fighting for their lives, for their resources, for clean water. So quite sobering that we're here. It can feel like a little, it's colourful, it's fun to an extent, although I'm not having much fun with my tech issues today, but what we're doing is a small contribution, really, compared to what people are going to face around the world if action isn't taken at a faster pace. So please, if you're thinking that this might be something you want to get more involved in, check those links I was saying, oilymoneyout.uk. This is Extinction Rebellion in their usual colourful style, getting together with Fossil Free London. And here's the banner in its full glory.
Welcome to the Hotel Climate Crisis. Second on play. What a huge disgrace. Rooms out the hotel.
So I believe that there were like 3 days of trainings, education sessions, and things like that happening before today. So I think one of the things they've done is learn some tunes that can be sung up to the hotel, people inside the hotel, the delegates, those who have made it inside, and those who have not, who I believe are still standing on the other side of the road waiting to get in. And there are a range of great tunes, I would say. And this one was a great tune that was taken into the HSBC's AGM recently. Actually, that was last year. I live streamed that one. That was fun. So there's so many different actions that have gone on that Fossil Free London have done, and also Extinction Rebellion across all sectors. Money Rebellion, this one would have been looking at banks and how they are how banks and insurance, fossil fuels are all enabling each other to continue to have extractivist practices that are going to lead to climate breakdown, and already are. What we might do now, because I'm getting a bit fed up of just hearing myself talk, is maybe talk to a few more people on the periphery as we're hearing these tunes. So let's go for a little walk. Oh, hi! I was going to interview you earlier when you were sitting down, and things took a turn. I wonder if you'd like to say anything now about why you're here, what's going on today, how you feel about the action?
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, we're here at the big oily money conference, asking them to stop doing what they're doing. It seems like they're just carrying on business as usual in the literal sense of the word, when we know full well that we need to leave a vast majority of remaining fossil fuels in the ground. And I certainly don't feel like they're listening to the science or acting as they need to. So we're here to make our voices heard and ideally stop the conference from happening. I'm not really sure if that's working.
I have seen people standing on the other side of the road just waiting for their suitcases.
I have seen people try to get in and haven't been got in. So yeah, we're here. A big motivation for me is I've got two young kids, and I know full well that one day they're both going to ask us what we were doing as a people at this point in time when we could still sort of avert the worst of what's going to happen. It's already happening now, but we can still improve things. And distinct feeling that the people inside this hotel today are not helping. So we are here.
They have certainly been disrupted, haven't they? And that's the idea.
Yes.
So we've got 3 days to discuss big topics. So a few hours out of their schedule is probably going to be quite bad.
Yeah. At least they know they are not popular or welcome here, really.
And hopefully they're also beginning to realise this is the thin end of the wedge. There are people who are coming out to protest and disrupt, but we're actually representing a great number of people who worry
Yes,
about
of course, yeah. For every person here, there'll be dozens and dozens of people that could either wish they could be here and can't, or are fully supportive of what we're doing. So yeah, I mean, I'm fairly sure there is surveys about public support for climate action is very, very high. So yeah. So yes, we've got the weight of public opinion behind us, I think.
Brilliant, thank you. So, sorry, where are you from and what's your background?
My name's John from Brighton, design engineer by trade.
Yeah.
And
taking a day off today?
Yes, taking a day off today.
Just in case people think that we all don't have jobs, we do. Yes.
Yeah. Day off today for this.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, John. Okay. Righty-ho. Somebody else to speak to?
Young, keen people around the corner.
Okay, I've been told there's some young, keen people around the corner we could talk to. Let's go see. Hopefully we're not talking about police officers, because I can see we've got a lot of vans here. Right. So, that's a good idea. I didn't realise that we were still on... Okay. So we're on several fronts here. We've moved around. And let's see if anybody feels like speaking to us. I want to go
back door again.
Okay, I'll speak to somebody new, I think. Let's just see. Oh, they're getting a bit of water to start with. Hi guys, I know it's cold, but would anybody like to speak to the XR UK live stream? Not feeling like it? Maybe. Okay, that's a good start. Hello. How are you feeling? How long have you been down sitting here blocking?
Well,
today?
I was sitting over there for about 2 hours this morning.
Yeah.
Had a little rest now, walking around.
Okay. Sitting down again.
Yeah, sitting down again.
How do you feel the action's going?
I think it's going really well. Yeah, there's men in suits all around, looking confused.
I noticed that.
And we're getting the message out there. There's loads of people here, massive action around there. There's people blocking all the entrances to the Oil and Money conference.
You've done anything like this before?
I've done some stuff like this. Similar stuff. XR protests, Just Stop Oil, that sort of thing. Yeah, this one's been really good. really positive.
It's quite symbolic, isn't it? We just get ordinary people sitting and stopping like the ministers, like you said, from getting in. It's quite simple, but
Yeah. And hopefully we'll be back here tomorrow, maybe a bit earlier, block some more people from getting in. Yeah.
So how many days is it in total? Can you remind me?
I think we're here for 3 days, so I assume it's 3 days.
Yeah. So probably the live stream will be finishing shortly, but this is going to go on as long as the working day, I suppose, isn't it?
Until about 6 p.m. And so if anyone is thinking about coming down, absolutely do. It's brilliant atmosphere.
It's a kind of bodies on the ground thing, isn't it? So even if you can just come for a few hours or lunch breaks or whatever, it helps.
Yeah, we just need more people to join us, really.
Great. Anything else you'd like to say? Any message for viewers or?
I'd just like to say, like, the only reason we're here is because we care, because we want to build a better future, and we think these people inside who are billionaires, they're oil executives, CEOs of Total, Shell, Equinor, they're just in there trying to figure out how they can keep on pumping fossil fuels out of the ground for longer to keep on making rich people richer. So, please support us. That's why we're here.
Thank you very much. Good luck to you for the rest of the 3 days.
So we're outside the Hotel Intercontinental in London today, and we have a rebel here who's locked on. And did you want to read us a statement today?
Yeah. Today, Extinction Rebellion joined forces with other organisations, community and faith groups to support fossil-free London in closing down the Oily Money Conference. The conference, known as the Oscars of Oil, is an annual event where the biggest names in the fossil fuel industry come together to celebrate their success. Rebels took to the streets in true XR fashion, closing road access to the conference, showing solidarity and strength in numbers as we sat and we've refused to move. The giant, hideous figure of death loomed over a sea of pink umbrellas painted with eyes. On them, the message was sent loud and clear: we are watching you. Banners with the slogans, cut the ties to fossil fuels, oily money out, and no new fossil fuels were used to roadblock as numbers gathered to take to the streets. The fossil fuel era is over, and governments and corporations need to move to a rapid transition to clean energy and green jobs for future generations. This is not happening. With the current government approving over 100 new licences and a Labour Party failing to make proper pledges, shows that they are not in it for the people, but for profit and big oil. We will not stay quiet as the catastrophe brought to us by the climate criminals around the world unfolds before us and continues to take the lives and devastate communities. We will not back down while the Global South is continued to be held to ransom over debt injustice, land grabs, and communities left in unlivable conditions after the impacts of oil and gas extraction and climate disaster. And we will not stop until necessary measures are taken immediately to halt oil, gas, and coal production. Over the coming months, and in line with our strategy, we will be ramping up direct, disruptive action targeted at climate criminals and anyone that enables them. Now is the time to join us. Now is the time for every movement to mobilise as we unite to survive and build numbers that bring an unstoppable force that cannot be ignored. We are Extinction Rebellion. We are people power. We are you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we are around the corner now. All the big action has been over there with the chanting. So people are, I suppose we're not holding, is there an entrance around here that you're blocking? Literally just here. Okay, so more bodies on the line stuff here. I've come over to do another interview with Ailby. Hello, and where are you from? I'm from Dublin. Have you come down specifically for the Oily Money Conference?
group of us. Yeah, we came over bus and ferry. Yeah, Saturday night.
Why? Why is it so important to you, this particular one?
Well, it's being dubbed the Oscars of the oil industry, right? So, yeah, all the big players are here. And yeah, so it seemed like a great opportunity. You know, you don't get this opportunity every day to get so close to where all the big, you know, oil majors are. So to get so close to them. So yeah, it seemed like something that was important to do, to be here and be part of this protest. So,
have you done anything like this before?
Yeah, I have. I've been a climate activist. I lived in America. I was a climate activist there for about the last 10 years that I lived there. And then I moved back to Ireland, where I'm from, 2 years ago, and got involved in climate activism there with Extinction Rebellion and another group, Not Here, Not Anywhere. So, yeah.
How have you seen things change over the years then as an activist? Do you feel more positive, less positive? Is there a trend, or is it just the same old grind?
Well, I gather it's a little different for me because I was living in the States and then came back to Ireland. So in Ireland, what I'm hearing is, and what I understand is that like it had really built up and it was doing really well right before COVID. And then when COVID hit, you know, it sort of diminished. So, but I think it's so bad now, and everybody's seeing all these climate crises unfold around the world that I think my hope is I think people are starting to get re-engaged, and yeah, anyone who is taking the time to understand the issue, you know, they can't but act, really, you know, if they care at all. So.
And how have you found it being amongst people from Extinction Rebellion UK and Fossil Free London?
It's been great, yeah. It's great energy, and yeah, lots of nice people. I was talking to a lady yesterday who's going through the court system. She was arrested for running onto a cricket pitch, and I think I actually saw that story in the media a while back. So yeah, it was really interesting talking to her last night, and yeah, met a lot of great young people. So yeah, it's been very interesting.
Anything else you'd like to say to the live stream while you've got the chance?
If you've never done anything like this before, please start. There's you know, we've
lots of nods here.
We're at a time to turn things around. So, you know, what are you waiting for? If you're not doing something like this already, what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for, you know, the waters to be lapping at your feet, or are you waiting for the fires to, you know? Now is the time we need to be acting. So.
Yeah, definitely. If you want to come to the rest of the Oily Money Out days, then please go to oilymoneyout.uk to find out how you can get involved. What's going on? Thank you very much. Okay, let's go find our other interviewee from this area. Oh, yes, there they are. Right. Hello, we're back. How are you feeling at the moment? It's cold, isn't it?
I'm cold, yeah.
It's getting cold. How long do you plan to be here today?
Do I plan? Not sure really. I've been here since 8 a.m. and I kind of don't know what time it is right now, but I don't feel like moving anytime soon. So.
Are things going as you'd expected? In terms of like what you've been able to do today and police response, things like that. You've got police all around now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've blocked all entrances and we physically blocked people from entering the conference, which is what I came here to do. I don't think in any right world it's lawful for a conference to take place where people sit around and discuss, you know, the deaths, what will result in the deaths and suffering of billions of people around the globe. And so I don't really understand why the police are facilitating them and holding their hands and trying to get them in as quickly as possible. It just doesn't make sense, I think.
Do you have any hope for what's coming quite soon? This is all sort of in the lead up to COP28. Do you see any positivity there, or do you have similar feelings?
I think I definitely have similar feelings. I think I'm really sick of being lied to. I'm 22. The people who are attending these conferences, the people who are putting on COP28 have sold me lies my entire life, and they've essentially stolen any chance that I have of a livable future. So I absolutely plan to do the same at those conferences, because it's not fair and it's unjust, and they don't get to get away with it. I may be stopping them from going to work for one day. I may be stopping them from going to one conference. But I've also got my entire future to think about, and the future of everyone, and the people who are suffering now, the people who are losing their homes now, the millions of people, if not billions of people, who will lose their homes and their livelihoods. It's far more important than, rich people missing a day at work.
I think it's really important for that perspective. And something else is absolutely, like you said, for young people like ourselves. Well, I'm 10 years older than you, but still, we've got a long, I was born in 1990, and that's one of those pivot years where they said all of the emissions before that were actually less than what's happened since, and yeah, it's difficult to think. People are talking about I'm doing for my grandchildren, but actually people who are quite mature now, or adults now, are going to be suffering a lot as well. So I think that's really important to mention. Nobody said that yet today, so thank you for that. Anything else you'd like to say?
Come out and join us. Don't let them get away with this. It's not fair. It's your future they're destroying. Don't stand by and do nothing, and don't do their jobs for them. Don't let them get away with it.
Thank you very much. Really good interview. Would you like to say anything, sir, about why you're here today?
Does anybody want to chop in?
Yes. Good say. Well, I'm here today because I fear for the future. The trajectory on at the moment, I can see nothing but a breakdown of society as we know it. There'll be so many people displaced across the whole world. And I just can't. I've been lucky that civilization survives in my mind. I think hopefully that's exaggerating the situation. That's how I feel it. And I would be wrong if I didn't say I'm not partly responsible because I've lived in the past. But I think we smell the coffee now. We know the trouble. We now, unlike it was 20, 30 years ago, do have options. We do have plenty of options. We can keep our own society going as it is by just grasping the options. The people in here are denied that opportunity. They control the finances, they control the government apparently, and they're relying, and they're just sticking their heels in. But when it all burns, they'll burn with us. So we might get here in the cold. We're all going to be flames together if we don't change half we're on. So that's why I'm here.
Yeah, their money won't insulate them forever, will it? Their money won't insulate them forever, will it?
Well, they think it does, don't they? Yeah. They think it does. And I think they probably also are making plans to where they can hide away. But what's the point of having a world where you've got to hide away? I mean,
yeah.
And the whole point of being rich is so you can spend your holidays in the Caribbean, surely. Not being stuck in some sort of prison on the Isle of Wight, I think they're fools as well. They've got the power to do something. Perhaps they will. Perhaps they might listen to us.
Well, thank you very much for being out today. It's really inspiring to see younger generation, the older generation, everybody coming together for, in the end, it's slightly different, of course, but then...
But we're getting somewhere. Only when you think back, 5 years, how the conversation's changed, hasn't it? I mean, stop anybody in the street now, and they all accept there's some climate issue. They may disagree on the solutions, they probably would, but it's an amazing change in 5 years for the whole country, and the whole of Europe, and apparently, from what we read, many parts of the whole world.
And in part because of direct actions like this over time, right?
Whether direct action to the future again, we have to discuss that. They've got us where we are now.
Yes.
Right. And people like you spreading the news are important too. It's no good us see here if nobody knows we're here.
Yeah. We try. Can be challenging. Thank you so much. Right. Oh, as we were saying, if you would like to come down and join these people for a few hours a day or whatever, or lend your expertise, then please go to oilymoneyout.uk. Find out about how you can get in touch, get involved. To be honest, just come down to the Intercontinental Hotel off Park Lane. People will be here most of the next 3 days. I'm going to go back around here and see what's going on. Perhaps do a few interviews. So currently, I've been told, where I'm coming back to now, the main entrance, I think we are looking at some arrests beginning to take place now. I should think this is people who have been right in front of the main entrance for several hours. We got here at 8 a.m. It's almost 12. So 4 hours the police have allowed this to go on. And now they're trying to break things up. Okay, so maybe we'll go around to see. The oceans are rising, and so are we. The oceans are rising, and so are we. Yeah, so are we. So we're just trying to see if we can see more of the arrests. I'm not sure whether that's happening or not. Wow. Everything's gone very quiet. So things coming to a head here at the Intercontinental Hotel, where the Energy Intelligence Forum is taking place, otherwise known as the Oil and Money Conference. They changed the name a few years ago to try and show that they were looking for a way to transition energy-wise. But this protest is here because a lot of people are quite skeptical of that, and we've heard from a lot of different people about why that would be. Essentially, fossil fuel developments continue apace. So while we get a few shots of what's going on over there, I'm going to try and find some more people to interview, and I've got my eye on one person in particular. So we'll ask over here. Just waiting for him because he's doing something at the moment. Hi there. Hello. Would you like a glass of water? Oh right, yeah, I know the feeling. I haven't drunk much this morning. I've had a chat with someone else in the live stream just about 3 minutes ago. So okay. Oh right. Okay. We've already had. I'm not gonna do people twice. We've heard from you. We'll find somewhere else. But yeah,
we're good. Team.
Yeah, we're okay. I think.
How many people have we got here in the live stream?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll come back to you on that because we are still live, so I'll keep things rolling. But yeah, in general, like in terms of who's here on the action, I think we've probably got a few hundred, haven't we? Several hundred. So I'll try and find some others to chat to. Hang on a minute. Oh. Okay, I've been told the other interview wasn't for this live stream, so can we talk to you in fact?
Oh yeah, I can do, yeah.
Okay, so can you introduce who you are, why you're here today?
So now, my name is Etienne, and I'm here today to try and disrupt business as usual, essentially, for these oil and fossil fuel industry executives who are gathering today in this hotel.
And being successful in your view so far?
Well, look, you know, we're making a lot of noise, a lot of people showing that they care, showing that they're prepared to give up some of their time to stand up to what this is absolute madness. You know, it's 2023. We're seeing now, you know, one of the craziest years on record of weather and extreme weather events. This is driven by the fossil fuel, burning of fossil fuels primarily, and also changing land use, agriculture, and all those sorts of things. And, you know, companies that are represented by the people gathering in this hotel here are wanting to carry on. They're wanting to actually just keep stoking that process and stoking it literally with their products. And there seems to be a real abdication of a sense of responsibility. You know, the people here, I've spoken to them, some of them seem quite polite. One of them called me an idiot. But some of them have been quite polite. I've had a bit of a chat, you know, some of them was like, oh, look, all your clothes are made of oil, your shoes are made of oil. And I was like, well, that's great, fair play, you know, they are, maybe. Our whole lives depend on fossil fuels right now. True, but we need that to change. Otherwise, we're going to bake our planet, we're going to bake everyone on it and everything on it, and that needs to change. And the people gathering here today have no real interest in that. They're only doing a little bit, enough to get people off their backs, to make it look like they're interested in this green transition. You know, I even spoke to someone just then who was saying actually they want, you know, they believe that we have to extract more oil and gas to drive the transition. And I pointed out, you know, there was an International Energy Agency worked out that there's 60%, there's enough oil and gas in our current reserves that we have currently accessible to completely blow through our targets to stay below 2 degrees, to stay below 1.5 degrees.
And we're not supposed to be doing any more new projects since 2021, so things have already overstepped. I think a lot of people are aware of that.
You know, the people here are just saying, oh, you know, it'll be fine, we're part of the solution. I'm like, you know, you've had your chance. This really isn't right. There has to be, you know, there may be good people, there may be kind people, there may be not, you know, evil, bad people, but actually what they're part of is evil and bad. We have to recognise that. They are their business models are doing this to us. They're destroying our planet. I don't have enough of a say in that, and that's why I'm protesting.
Fantastic, yeah. And you've been right here by the gate, I suppose, for part of the day. So what have you seen? Because we haven't always been able to get cameras in close. Have there been people who've been able to get in and out, or is it basically totally blocked?
I can't pretend to have been here all along. I've been here in the last about 20 minutes holding this banner because it was flapping around a bit. But I've seen, you know, people have been trying to get in, and people have been trying to not let them get in. Because if we let them get in, they're just going to carry on talking about, you know, their nonsense and their continued wish to carry on extracting fossil fuels. So, and there's been a noise and some drumming, been people singing and chanting. There's been a bit of a banner dropping. I believe Greta Thunberg is here as well, which is pretty groovy. But I'm just basically here because, you know, I care about what's going on, and I think we need to do whatever we can. I'm not sure if this is going to work, but I'm not prepared to just watch it and let it go all to hell without my trying.
Yeah. Got to have some input, right? Otherwise, what are we here on this planet for?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
See you later. Okay. Now, I was just thinking, because Greta Thunberg is here, I was wondering if we might be able to grab a cheeky interview with her. Should we give that a whirl? Not sure how close we'll be able to go. I did see her around there. So she might not be accessible because of the way that police are and stuff. But let's just have a gander.
Hi, what's your name and where have you come from?
My name is Jonas Kittelsen and I'm coming from Norway. So I'm just sitting 30 hours on a train to come here and demonstrate.
And why is it important for you to come to the Oily Money Conference today?
Norway is the biggest producer of oil in Europe, and Equinor is here, and we want to support the British climate movement, especially to voice the support for the Stop Rosebank campaign, which has been top news in the UK. And it's such incredibly important to stop that as a first point, and that's why we're putting our daily lives on the stop to come here and support them.
What impact will the Rosebank oil fields have on you, young people in Norway?
Well, you know, UK citizens should be enraged that this is going through, because this is benefiting me. I am getting your money. And we know Norway is rich already, but it's your taxes, your energy bills that's gonna be the cost. So everyone is benefiting from this. But I also, as a young person, want to have a livable future. And I see the greenwashing and the status quo in the Norwegian context that's gonna wreck our future. And so it's also important for us in Norway to support and fight back.
And one last question. Do you think that direct action like this has an impact, can have an impact?
This works. I was just chanting into the face of the elite, saying keep it in the ground, stop Rosebank, and I could see how small they felt. They could feel this pressure, and we're building people power now to take them down. And that's our strongest means we have within the democracy. So let's come together and build that counter movement.
Excellent. Thank you very much for coming all the way from Norway to be here at the Oily Money Conference at the London Intercontinental Hotel. And we believe that Greenpeace have just got up on the roof and are going to unfurl the banner. Thank you very much. Our friends from Norway.
Well, we're back in the same place we were before. There's not a lot of moving around now. Everybody has conglomerated here at the main gates of the Intercontinental Hotel. And we are stopping play, stopping the oil and gas executives from getting into their conference here, the Energy Intelligence Forum. They're here for 3 days, and their idea is to mull over the big issues in the energy sector, which will affect all of our lives. So they've got a huge amount of power, the oil and gas industry, and in fact there's even going to be a minister from the government department covering net zero here. So there's a feeling that it's the place to be, even if you're the people who are supposed to be regulating private industries. It's a place to come and make big decisions. So we feel a little somewhat uncomfortable about that. And we thought that some disruption was in order. I think it's actually quite effective because there's lots of people who haven't been able to get into the hotel. This first thing this morning, we're blocking the vehicle entrance. Now we're actually blocking the front of the hotel. There was a banner up before, which has now come down. A large banner sort of coming partly down the hotel with a slogan. And it's a case of attrition now because there are lots of people who are around the front, behind their banners. They're up next to, they've got police standing directly behind them. So it feels like it might be tolerated for a little while longer, but that inevitably arrests will happen. So we are thinking that we will hang around on the live stream for a little bit to see how that plays out. So if you're interested, then please do stay around for a little bit. And I think we'll try and get you some more interviews before that happens as well. We have already talked to quite a few people, played in a few interviews we've recorded. I'm going to see whether I can maybe get a little bit closer to the action actually and interview some people who are holding banners right by the police lines, because at the moment we've been going for people on the periphery, but it's looking a little bit tense in there. So if we can wiggle our way in and see what we can get away with, I think it might be interesting for our viewers. Let's see how far we can get in here. Oh. Okay, sorry, making a bit of a roundabout way through here. Right. Hello, would anybody like to speak to the live stream, the XR UK live stream? No? Anybody like to speak to the XR UK live stream? Would you like to speak to the XR UK live stream? No? Okay, some reticent rebels, that's fine. Hello? Hello? Would any of you like to speak to the XR UK live stream? Yep. Okay, you pass? Right. Hello?
So we're just here covering the whole action. We've been here for quite a few hours. It'd be great to hear what's your impression of the day so far.
Yeah, it's been great. We've done a really good job of disrupting the conference, making sure that delegates aren't able to get inside. And yeah, it's been such a great show of solidarity from a lot of different groups too. And yeah, I think the message has been really clear, and that's been really, really good, really strong. So positive day, and hopefully the same for the next 2 days too.
Yeah. So what groups are here? Because I know we're from XR UK, then so Extinction Rebellion, and we've got Fossil Free London. Have you encountered any others?
Global Justice Now have been here. Me with War on One.
Okay.
Anyone else you noticed? I don't know. No, but that's
quite possibly.
There'll be more groups. Of course. Yeah, but yeah, it's always great to see sort of unity across the movement. Definitely. Yeah.
So do you want to tell me anything about War on Want and their particular sort of angle on this? Because we haven't come across you today yet.
You haven't come across it today. No, we've definitely done a lot of work with XR UK in the past and just last week. So we sort of
AGMs and things like that. I've seen.
Yeah. So we work in the UK and sort of across the world to fight against global poverty and injustice. So we come for this through a justice angle as well. So obviously it's the impacts of the climate crisis on the planet, but almost as equally or more importantly, the impact it's been having for decades now on the lives and livelihoods of people across the global south. Disproportionately getting affected by a crisis they've done nothing to cause. So I guess we're really coming in from that global justice point of view, but then at the same time, it's a crisis that affects us all. It's only going to get worse for us over here in the global north too.
Yeah, it's very easy to forget when we're here, just in Mayfair, and we're able to do it. We're even actually able to protest.
Yeah.
Things are very different in other parts of the world where people are on the front lines, aren't they?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we're here able to protest, and of course the police are being relatively heavy-handed, but at the same time, don't necessarily feel like our lives or livelihoods are at risk. For those who are really in the frontline communities, fighting against pipelines and oil and gas pipelines in the Niger Delta, indigenous communities across the Americas, they're really putting themselves at risk, but they have to because their lives have been at risk and been jeopardized for decades. So we have to really understand that, and that's what we mean by global solidarity. And I think that's what's being shown here today as well.
Yeah, very well organised, I think.
Definitely. Yeah, it's been really good to see. Yeah.
Perfect. So, anything else that you'd like to say to viewers?
I guess not. Just hopefully more people will come out tomorrow and the day after as well. This is such an important moment. It's essentially a watershed moment, and how we respond to these things is really going to shape both UK and the world for generations. So, let's get out there, let's get in the street, let's make some more noise.
Nice one. Thank you. Would you like to add anything?
Just that I think that overall the movement is doing a fantastic job at not allowing fossil fuel companies to meet as they were before. We're not letting them do AGMs, we're not letting them do their conferences.
It's been quite relentless recently, actually, hasn't it? It's been really positive.
There is no place for you in this society. And it's been great watching all the frustrated delegates hanging around outside, not able to get in, kind of twiddling their thumbs, and they're forced to listen to it. That's the message.
Yeah, are they still there?
I don't know. I think they were maybe getting overly outreached.
Right.
Take themselves away.
So it's been very visibly effective, hasn't it? Yeah.
Significantly disruptive to the conversations that we're able to have.
Keep up the good work. Thank you. Fantastic.
We get oily money out. We get oily money out.
Really good to see people who are not from XR UK we can talk to as well, because I like to see new faces and not interview all the same people. Let's move on. Excuse me. I feel like this might be the wrong time to ask for interviews of people who are right near the police line, actually. I'm taking back what I said before, because people might feel that they're compromising themselves by speaking where they can be within reach of the police, which is totally fine and natural. So we might view from a slight extra distance. We're having some more speeches, I think. I'm not sure whether they're impromptu or planned. think what I might do is try and find some scientists actually, because I don't think we spoke briefly to a scientist earlier and then got cut off, and I think they're obviously a very important part of the puzzle here. So let's try and I can spot some over here. We'll find some scientist colleagues to have a chat with. Hi. Is now a good time to come back and have a chat? We almost did earlier and got blown away. Perhaps as a I was going to say as a 2, as a 3. Okay. Looming death. Yeah, exactly. Accompanies us all. How bad is it?
It's really, really not good. I mean, we're going in the wrong direction. Currently, a recent analysis said that fossil fuel subsidies are at over £10 million a minute in 2022.
£10 million per minute,
yes,
worldwide.
Yes. We can't be spending that kind of money on what's destroying the planet. It is acknowledged as the cause of climate breakdown and climate chaos. We saw 10,000 people be washed out into the ocean by a strong storm and flooding in Libya. 10,000 people gone, boom. We have to turn this around now, because if we don't, that's going to be happening every week.
And everywhere, right?
And everywhere. And we can't think that we're protected here. We have a responsibility. We have a responsibility. We have one home, we have one planet. There are other human beings on it. There are young people who are not going to forgive us our inaction. So we're here to tell the people who want to keep extracting oil, and keep making money until the last moment, that last moment is in. It has to stop. All of that money can very productively be shifted into clean, renewable energies, and it has to be if we're going to have a future.
So I don't know how to go on from that, actually. You're both scientists, so you are a...
So I do cancer research. I research children's brain tumors, which are universally fatal, and I spend a lot of time and effort doing that. But why do I do that if they don't have a future? Why are we doing that? So there's a moral responsibility for me I care about the younger generation. I care about people who, through no fault of their own, haven't created this mess. And so I'm trying to do what I can about it to turn the ship around.
Mm-hmm. And yourself, as a scientist, how do you feel that, what perspective do you feel that brings to the table when you're thinking about climate change and protesting against climate change?
Well, it's kind of difficult. So when we talk to people on the street, we try to find a common ground to start with, and ask people questions, because there is no point to throw statistics at people because it just washes over them. So, but it's quite interesting, because we are now nearly 5 years of Extinction Rebellion, right? And last week I had an interesting conversation with somebody who said, well, 5 years ago you told us that we've got a few years to turn this around, because otherwise it could be catastrophic. And here we are. And people don't really understand what we mean by we've got only a few years, because science has been really good at predicting the warming of at the global level, how much fossil fuel we put in and how much warming we get. That science has been really good. Where science has not been good is predicting the consequences. And so what we are saying when we say we've got a few years to turn this round, it means that we actually don't know where all the tipping points are going to start cascading one after the other. So we apply the cautionary principle of we need to stop this as soon as possible, because we know we've got only a few years. Is it 2 years? Is it 5 years? Is it 10 years? Nobody really knows when, things are going to start really getting really, really bad and irreversible. So that's what we mean and it's very difficult to have this conversation with the public, because you've got to have a certain level of knowledge to start having those difficult conversations. You know, I was trying to have a conversation with a taxi driver this morning, and he just shut me up by saying you shouldn't wear glasses and you shouldn't wear clothes because they're all made from petrol. You know, so this kind of basic conversation is, you know, we need to go beyond this, and we need to start educating.
Absolutely, yes. But the public actually haven't been educated about the basics of climate change, and I think that's one of the things that your group probably tries to do, because I've seen you with all sorts of placards out on the street. You finding that difficult, though?
Yeah, it is difficult, and you know, going back to what happened 2 or 3 years ago when we had we had an assembly, people assembly that was commissioned by the government to tell. To say what to put some recommendation of what we should do. We had
educate the general public.
Yes,
It's a random selection.
and the first recommendation of the Citizen Assembly was to say we need to educate the public, because when they received our citizen the education, they came to the right conclusion, and they said the first thing we need to do is educate the public, and that was their recommendation number one and the most popular recommendation. But we haven't done this, and the government has not done this.
So it was incredibly popular, that Citizens Assembly on climate, because people, regardless of their background, were paid to be able to take time off of work and to learn, and that empowers people, and that empowers them to feel like my voice counts, and I now know where we are and what we need to do.
Yeah.
That's the most common thing I get asked is, do we know what we need to do? And I say, yes, the IPCC has set out very clearly things that are incredibly achievable with no technology that's unproven. Why aren't we doing it? Well, we don't have the policymakers pushing hard enough in that direction, which is why we're here. People want education, they want to know. The problem with that climate, that Citizens Assembly on climate, was that it was put forward as an all-party proposal, but the outcomes of it were not binding. What that means is the government doesn't have to actually do anything that Citizens Assembly came to a conclusion on.
And I don't think they ended up doing anything. No.
But that's what a lot of people would like to see. We see people are disillusioned with politics and democracy currently. The way you get them disillusioned and more engaged is to show them how their voice can count and give them people's or citizens' assemblies.
Yes, because we'd prefer not to actually have to be out on the streets for now until eternity, would we?
Jesus, no, I mean, I'm freezing. I was here at 7 o'clock. I just don't want to carry on doing this, really.
I think it's a really important conversation about how people often think like science is going to solve things, but actually there's then that level of it's got to be acted upon, right? And that seems to be just totally, there's a break there.
Yes, absolutely. And that's why people matter. And so I'm hoping that through, participating in whatever way I can show my colleagues that you can make a difference. Because one of the things is people get worn out and they think politics doesn't work, democracy doesn't work, people are not caring for each other, and there's nothing I can do about it. And I think we have to have hope, because I don't have the right to have no hope and take no action when there are younger people who are counting on me doing something. That's not an ethical position I can hold. And so I'm hoping to be an example, and we are hoping to be examples, and we will try. When somebody says, I don't like the way you've done X, I say, okay, what would you like me to do? They say, I accept the problem, I accept it's very serious, I accept we must do something. And I say, great. So I am looking for ideas, because I will try whatever you think might work. And then I often don't get anything.
So let's try we're trying. Yeah.
Yes. So, but I do honestly say that, because there's critics left, right, and center.
Yeah.
That's fine. Everybody's got their own ideas. Tell us what we should do.
Yes, but we must do something,
We must do
right?
something.
Rather than just
Action's not
talking.
an option.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank
for
you.
the uplifting message.
Thank you very much.
Take care.
You too.
Thank you. All right. So really interesting talking to two scientist colleagues there. I think the scientists are reforming over here. We've got quite a long bit of fence, as you can see, various banners, various groups occupying those spaces. But the main action is back over here by the main entrance. I'm feeling like I need a drink of water, so I'm wondering whether this is something that we can cut to while I do that. or I could just keep on talking.
Okay, so what are you going to send? Good.
An end to new oil. End to new oil. I think so soon as people will not want oil, we should not absolutely go there.
It's not about people wanting oil, it's about things changing so they're alternatives. And corporates and governments, it's up to them to change the dynamics of how we get energy.
You're
absolutely. Do lead the way. Instead of 1% in renewables and the rest in new oil exploration, switch that the other way around. Let's just have renewables. Everyone who studied it says that we can have 100% renewables if we put our investment into it. But we're not. We're still putting it into oil, aren't we? We're putting it into disaster for the future. We're headed for disaster. This is the United Nations now. We're headed for disaster with our foot on the gas pedal.
I think you have a point, and I don't disagree.
Good.
So it's the end to new oil then. Now.
We don't produce oil.
Yeah? Sorry?
We don't produce oil.
So what do you do?
What do you do?
We trade physical commodities. So
That's
hydrogen, biofuels, oil as well.
Oh yeah.
We trade what's demanded.
Yeah.
Support the new oil. If you the new oil, then you
moving away. We're leading the way.
So how do you think you can do that? How can you affect it? What plans do you think will work for moving away? Because having the answers is great, so I'm really glad that you're trying. I'd love to hear it.
So, scientists, did you get the answers that you wanted?
No, it's wishy-washy, but he sounds like he understands the science, he understands the data, whether
pushing people. Honestly. Who do you serve?
Today?
Today I've come from Brighton. To join. I'm here to stand up with fellow climate activists against the corruption and the activities of the big fossil fuel companies and the government who are putting profit over people and the lives of others on this planet.
Do you think direct action works?
I think today we have managed to have an impact on this conference. We've blocked their entrances. We are unavoidable. They know we're here. They know that what they're doing does not have the social license that it used to. So I think they can't ignore us.
Do you have a message for the delegates inside the Energy Intelligence Forum?
There's so much I want to tell them, but just listen to the science, inform yourself, and use your conscience. They're human beings, and to me it seems obvious that we can't keep extracting fossil fuels. We can't keep destroying the planet and putting people's lives and livelihoods at risk. So I just wish they would think about the world. It goes further than their wallet.
And do you think that today's action will make a difference, that it will have an impact?
They're going to keep doing what they're doing because they make money out of it, and that's what drives them. But there's so many of us. Our voices are being heard today. So I think even if they'll keep going what they're doing, they know that they're not doing it without there's consequences, and hopefully they'll start to think.
Time is up on the filthy fossil fuel era. Thank you very much, Sam from Brighton. Have a lovely day.
Thank you.
If I had to rise up now, I would do it for the families. I would do it for the families, 'cause they deserve the best. The workers. If I had to rise up now, I would do it for the workers. I would do it for the workers, 'cause they deserve the best.
Where have you come from today?
I've come from Lewes in East Sussex.
And why are you here at Oiling Money Out today?
This is a convention of the people who are behind the funding of the fossil fuel industry, and they are getting together to discuss ways in which they can exploit more fossil fuel resources and pour more money into it and continue the destruction of our environment and putting CO2 into our atmosphere. And we're here to try and show them that we disapprove and we want them to stop.
Do you have a message for the delegates at the Oiling Money Conference today?
Yeah, my message to the delegates at this conference is: do you have children? Do you have grandchildren? Do you have dependents? Do you have a future? Because what kind of future are you creating? That's my question. At the moment, the future that you're creating for the next generations is one of death. It's one of an uninhabitable planet, which you, by your direct actions, are deliberately creating. And if you've got a shred of conscience, you should stop. That's my message.
Final question. Do you believe that direct action works?
Direct action does work. It may not do the whole job, but if we don't act at all, we're definitely not going to get any result. So we have to engage in direct action. We have to try and mobilize as many people as possible to join us, and that's the only hope we have.
Excellent. Thank you very much for coming to Oiling Money Conference today and talking to us.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Well,
estimates as important. And we're back at the Energy Intelligence Forum. We're calling it the Oscars of Oil. Very important people, key people, I should say, key people in the energy sector come here to discuss what's going to happen in the next year. So it's very much a strategizing the world's future based on energy needs, or maybe not based on energy needs, because actually what we really need are non-polluting forms of future energy, so renewables. May or may not think nuclear is part of the mix, but we definitely know that we need
the royalty kind of that's begging to come out. So if we get people to the entrances, that would be great. Get more people. So just remember, because millions of pounds get to listen to us. So we're just outside of destroying our future. So come and join us if you're not already involved. And let's stop hoarding money. And yes, please come join us. We want a livable future.